ebooks you think you'll be able to get finished, so your backlog will shrink. We're about to do the crazy thing that only we do. It's a month of endless sprinting from Dakota for you, our friends, and we will sprint 24 hours a day, so you can read your e-reader the whole month of May. KuKi, we're getting KuKi. It's time for KuKi MAYhem with all of your friends. KuKi, time to get KuKi. KuKi ends when May ends. KuKi. KuKi MAYhem, grab your ebook and read it. And read it.
Is it gonna work? My internet decided it didn't have to work. Oh, we love the internet. Are you gonna let me do that one? We can delete that one now. Thank you so much. My internet's
Technology loves it, huh?
Yeah, it's like deciding it's lost. Let's see. Let me pull it up on my phone, see where we are at on it. It's like Wi-Fi. We love Wi-Fi.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's Monday. It's Monday, so
Okay. Why did you do? Why did you reopen that camera that way? Like, You're gonna let me do it here.
Hello, everybody. You disappeared.
There we go. There we go. It's just throwing a fit backstage. Hi, welcome everyone. I gotta open the oven here before I burn my food. How are we doing today? We have Kat joining us.
Hello, everyone.
Here we go. I'm in the middle of doing meal prep because I decided I don't want to cook this week. Eleanor, you can come in the kitchen. Grandpa's not here. He can't yell at you for coming in the kitchen. Come here. Come here. My stepdad doesn't like when the dogs come into the kitchen. But I don't care that you come in the kitchen because you always join me in the kitchen. That's just something Noors do. But what are we all going to do today? Besides me doing my meal prep, I'm reading Staircase in the Woods, and we are at 35%. I'm on chapter 30. There's 85 chapters. But it's going well. It's going well. Okay, now it says my connection's lost again. I love my mom's Wi-Fi so much. I'll probably try to move closer to the actual Wi-Fi router once we. It's going to do whatever it wants to do. What are you doing today?
I would like to do some productivity tasks. I'd actually like to get my summer book bingo TBR, my big book summer TBR done. But I also have an ebook. I'm not a big ebook reader. And that is why I'm a guest for KuKi. Coda invited me. But I do have an ebook that I'm interested in reading called Undead Folk. So I may go ahead and read that. It's by Catherine Silva. It's not very long, but I might do a combo. Hello, Dee Dee.
Hi, Kat.
Hi, Dee Dee.
How is everyone?
I'm doing it.
Are you still working on your diamond?
Yeah, I've
painting?
got one little section. I thought I'd do that and finish off my book, and then I've got some stuff that I need to do for the family, and then we'll see where the day takes me, because it's 3 o'clock here, so we're getting it's starting to get later. But yeah.
Is it gonna work? Okay, it's my Wi-Fi is like buffering all the time. I think it's because it's trying to find which Wi-Fi network in my mom's house to connect to, because we have 4 different Wi-Fi networks on the property.
Oh, wow.
Just so it extends all the way out to the barn, because we have cameras out there. But it's fine. It's gonna throw its fit, I think. I think probably during the first round, I'll probably just move closer to the Wi-Fi router so it stops trying to decide where we are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm doing my meal prep for the week, so that's probably honestly why all the dogs have gathered towards me, is because I'm making steak right now.
The little bits that drop. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Hi Sammy. She's coming back because she heard me in the kitchen again. I'm gonna throw my steak in real quick so that I can get that cooking at least. But yeah, I think we're gonna be here for 4 hours, so I'm thinking 45-minute ones today, and we'll go from there. I think we'll see what time we have, because I think Paula is at 2 p.m. my time.
Yeah.
All right. Now that it's not throwing as much of a fit, we'll go through the comments here, because I know Christina came in. Hello, dancing always to the theme song. Honestly, I'm really happy with it, and it's like AI generated, and I usually don't like AI too much, but I kind of enjoy this. All of the emojis. What if we decide they were line dancing? And there the Wi-Fi goes again. You know what? Let me try the one I'm closest to.
Technology is an adventure in itself.
Right. Exactly. It really is.
I sprinted the other day, and then afterwards I was talking to my friend that had joined me for sprints, and we were talking for about 15 minutes, and all my electricity went out. I was like, well, so I I sent him a message through Instagram and said, my electricity just went out. So we'll have to continue our conversation at another time. But yeah, no rain, no nothing, just a regular day. And the message was unknown, investigating unknown. So we don't even know what ended up causing the outage. But I was like, thank you, universe, for not doing it in the middle of my sprints, because I had it one time.
I switched the Wi-Fi network.
Oh yeah.
There we go. It's like I'm like in the middle of the house, so I think I was trying to fight between the Wi-Fi that's in the back room and the Wi-Fi that's in the front of the house, because it's like a 5,000 square foot house. So I don't think it knows where to go. Yeah. So hopefully this works. I guess we'll see, won't we? Just let me finish throwing all the butter on my food, and then we'll throw the garlic in, and I can put it in the oven.
I feel like we've just jinxed my stuff now. It hasn't been going in and out. That all it keeps trying to reconnect to.
It's Monday Mayhem.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but the one Wi-Fi network we have that's like available out here is the worst Wi-Fi service I've ever experienced. But they're the only ones who will service like such a rural area.
Yeah, we don't have the best Wi-Fi either. I mean, best internet provider either, except now we have a competitor coming in that we qualify for, and we're thinking about changing because it's like fiber, and it can be underground instead of what we have that's, by the poles or whatever. And
it's like that. There's one that's been trying to move in that uses satellite.
Mm-hmm.
So I think my mom is looking into switching into doing the satellite. I mean, it would just kind of probably go out during storms then, but it would probably work better than this.
Yeah, for as much as we pay for internet service, you would think it would be flawless. I mean, no offense, but I kind of feel like we live in a day and age where technology has progressed so much, and we pay a fortune for it.
Girls,
I don't think you get what you pay for.
No, I don't either.
No.
Girls, it's literally just the parade outside. So my mom lives like off of the main street, and the Memorial Day parade is going by right now. Which I didn't know what time it started at. It just apparently the answer is now. It's okay. KuKi is just a loud girl. Morning, Jen. Letting the spinner wheel decide my day. Hope you're all having a great one so far. I'm trying to be really productive because I feel like I wasn't productive last week. So during actual sprints, I'm trying to actually sprint and read. And then on the chatty bits, like during Dee Dee's chatty bit, I was working on my blanket that I started to work on, started last night. Because I decided after 5 years I wanted to pick up crochet again. So I started that last night.
I should really. My first. This is my crochet project currently. This is the current state of it. It's just a ball.
I've just gotten to like the second row.
I need to be consistent with it, but I get so frustrated because I don't know how to keep my hands and keep a good tension. So it's either too loose, and then I'm like, but I'm doing all of the things that they're doing in the video, but it's not happening. But I know it's a case of just keep practicing and keep going. So.
Yeah, no, the video I was watching to like refresh my memory, I'm like, I don't remember doing it like that before. And so I've just modified it to how it's going to work for me.
Yeah, my sister said because I was telling her, like, I'm trying to do she said, just modify it to the best way you want it so you're comfortable holding it. Because she was like, yeah, she tried and it didn't work for her. And she's got it down. So I'm going to take take her advice.
Yeah, I'm just modifying it because I'm like, I don't know how you're doing it like that.
Exactly.
And Christina says hello to Jen. And Christina, how are you? Hey y'all, keep the train going. We do. The train is coming to an end. Like this month has gone so fast.
Yeah.
Christina's good working on the June Readathon page. You said that during Didi's, and I have not gone over to look at it yet, like
Looks
what
good.
you've done with it.
Yeah.
But I know Vanessa said on hers that you've made it rainbow.
Yeah.
And
Looks
hello,
good.
Livia. Guess it was a little bright, so fixing the colors. I didn't even look at it yet, Christina. Now I'm gonna have to go look at. Did you hide it again? Because it's not on my screen. Oh no, reload the page. There we go. It's okay. You could make it bright, Christina. I can adjust my screen brightness. Like that's an easy fix. And hello to Kat. And the hearts, Christina. And hello, Faithful. I love these little smiley faces you guys keep doing. And hello to Faithful. And hello, Anna. Working, but I can be here.
Nice.
Thankfully, this is like one of the 5 holidays I get off every year. And hello to Jen. I'm using a spinner wheel today too. And hello to Sheree, Anna, Faithful, and Christina. Yeah, this Wi-Fi. It's always my mom's Wi-Fi. It always is. And hello to Sheree, Olivia, and Anna. And hello to Christina. And hello, Ren. And hello to Livia. And a hello to Dee Dee. Hopefully I can get my last 3 chapters of work done and then start reading. You're studying, right? It was that. I'm so glad I'm done studying. They asked me if I wanted to do my certification even further, like next year, and I was like, no. I'm really good right now. And hello to Kat, Dee Dee, and everyone from Glenda. And good morning. And hello to Dee Dee and Ren. And thank you, Christina. I'm really glad that we're not going to let the song die because it's honestly been stuck in my head and I hum it at work and people probably think I'm insane. Remember to get your ticket stamped with a tap to like button and pick up your transfer coupon by hitting subscribe. And be sure to stop by the bar cart and get some hydration in. I just have coffee right now, Christina, so that's going to be the hydration. Also, if you stop by the dining car, let us know what you had. Post it in the Discord. I'll post pics later of what I'm making because I'm doing my meal prep for the week. But right now I'm doing garlic butter, steak and potato bowls. So that's what I got going in the oven right now. And Paula is the next stop at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And thank you, Christina, for the full playlist. And hello to Christina, Ren, Cherie, Anna, Faithful, Olivia, and Jen. And hello to Glenda. Grab your ebooks, water, your meds, take them. Remember a cozy blanket or a fan, your favorite reading buddy, and a positive attitude. It's time to get kooky. And it looks so nice. I'm gonna have to check it out when you have the colors all situated. Almost done with book 1 of Capone.
Yeah, that's the series that I'm currently reading. I had started it last week and I could not get past the audio because the female narrator she puts on this voice for this character called Erin, and at the beginning I was like, is Erin male or female? I don't know. And why, if they are, why do we sound like this? So it was really hard to get into it, but I don't know, I restarted it, was it Friday evening, and I just kept going, and then I just got sucked in by the book, and I have already finished the three books. I did that over the weekend, and now I'm on to the next season. Like this, the author split it down into seasons. So season 1 is one brother, season 2 is another brother, and then season 3 is the sister's story. And I'm on season 2. It is so good. So good. I can understand why it's a popular book. It's very what's the word? I was like the Real Housewives of Atlanta-esque feels, and like Basketball Wives feels. If you watch those, you'll enjoy these books.
Okay. I actually knew someone who was on one of those like housewife shows, but it was for hockey.
Oh.
My best friend from high school, their older half sister was dating an NHL player. He was originally on the Columbus Blue Jackets, and then he got transferred to Philadelphia. And they were together for a few years and had a kid together, but they never got married. But they're no longer together. It's a long story. Basically, he cheated on her, and he's actually no longer in the U.S. He's actually back in Czechoslovakia now. But I actually didn't know someone who was on one of those shows.
Cool.
And some more hellos. I'm just going through all the hellos while we're chatting here. Still studying. I meant to get a lot of reading done this weekend, but then we went to the drive-in Saturday night. And like I read on the way there because it's like an hour drive. But then my niece was like very insistent on sitting with me under my blanket. And like we had to hide at certain points because she had secrets to tell me. Except for secrets were very loud. And she said them in a normal tone of voice and would tell me something like, I have a booger in my nose. And I'd be like, okay, well, here's a tissue. Get yourself sorted, girlfriend. And then, yeah. And because then I had to explain to her, like, because we watched Lilo and Stitch. I was like, well, Stitch is an alien. He comes from outer space. So then every other character was, is that an alien? Is that an alien? So apparently I'm the only one who wanted to indulge her 50 questions. It was her first movie, so she really didn't know what was happening.
Oh, sweet.
And then because we were outside, they have like a lot of outside cats out there. So I was just trying to trace her down in the dark because she wanted to go pet the cat.
Bless.
Don't know if I'm done yet. Interesting things keep popping up. I need to refresh some stuff related to my CIC at the moment. So maybe that. Yeah, I know I have to renew my certification in 2027, but like I can take it up like another level to a higher certification, and they've asked me if I want to. And I really don't want to put the extra work in. Like I already do enough extra work. I don't need more things to do at work. Want steak now? I actually got it all on sale because of the Memorial Day sales.
Okay, yeah.
So they had like sirloin steaks that were going for like $2. And especially because they were like the ones like they have to sell them by like today. So I picked them up yesterday. I'm like, I'll take the discount ones. It's fine. But otherwise, if my family owns a farm, we usually just have a steer like in the freezer at all times. And some more hellos, and then we'll be finishing A Vicious Game by Melissa Blair, then E-Reading Boomtown by Nick Stone. Boomtown is an arc that Glenda has, I believe. I think I remember that from this weekend. DD piqued my interest for that Capadonna series. Capadonna series?
Mm-hmm. Capadonna. This is the second. So Capadonna is they're twin brothers. Capone is the first. So it's a trilogy, and that's the first set in the series. And then Capadonna is his brother, who we follow him after he's released from prison. And
I would probably be interested in that. For some reason, mafia romance stuff keeps popping up on my Pinterest.
What did you search, Lexi?
I
What,
don't know.
what
That's the thing.
bricks did you
I
lay?
don't know what to search, but it's all that. KuKi, you're such a loud mouth. It's always Coco that starts it. I swear.
Yeah.
Drive-in sounded like a lot of fun with the niece. Yeah, we went with my whole family, so like all of my siblings and my stepdad, and then my sister's boyfriend tagged along because he's never been apparently. Like it's literally an hour away. You're telling me you've never been to the drive-in movie theater that gets hit by a tornado every year? Like it always has a one screen ripped down every year, and they already were hit by a tornado in April, so we're safe for the rest of summer, so we can go. But we're at the end of the comments. I was thinking 45-minute ones today to keep me semi-productive, if that's cool with everyone else.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's great for me.
Yeah, I'm probably going to try to get the rest of this meal prep done and start on lunch, actually. And then I'll pick up my book, hopefully, and read something. But we will chat again in 45. Welcome back. If it's working. Ta-da! There we go.
Yeah.
I am at 37% in my book now. So I only read about one chapter, and I have lunch cooking right now. What did everyone else get up to?
I ate breakfast. I had grits with crawfish left over from our crawfish boil on Saturday. And then I fought with some technology.
Relatable.
Mm-hmm.
Like an everyday struggle.
For some
Yeah.
reason, my Hotmail account, one of my Hotmail accounts, I could not sign in. It would let me put my email and then it would go back to the sign in page. I just don't understand. Like, I cannot figure it out. So I had to use my other one. And it was like sending other stuff that way. I don't understand why things just can't be just easy.
I know, even in more, it's like my Gmail wants me to like give them that 2-digit code they send to your email.
Mm.
Log in, I'm like, but I need to get into my email to get the code. Makes no sense.
Right. I finished Capadonna. I may or may not have picked up the second book. I feel like the author, I don't like cliffhangers. I really don't, and especially when the whole series is already out, because then I'm like, no, I need to know what happens next. And this is like a novella, so I was like, okay, so it's only about a couple of hours. I could do that, and then do what I'm supposed to do. But I just know that this author's gonna make it to the point where I need to finish it. But I'm saying that though. I am enjoying it, so I can't be too mad.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to only read like completed series anymore because I just get frustrated when it's like, hey, the next book is going to release in 2 years.
Yeah.
Well, also too, like even if you don't know when they're going to release it, so you get to the point where you're caught up, and then they don't release a book for like 2 or 3 years, and like you can't remember all the details 100%, and so then you feel compelled to have to start again. And it's like, who has time to reread?
Yeah.
That how many books? So I've gotten to where I try not to start a series unless it's finished.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, there's only one series I read as they come out, and it's a cozy mystery series. But I haven't read like anything released in the past year because I'm going back and rereading all of them and keeping a timeline because I'm very confused at this point on the timeline because it's been so far in between books I've read them.
Yeah, the only series I'm not going back to reread is the Kay Scarpetta series by Patricia Cornwell, because she's like got 20 something. She almost has 30 books in the series. And I thought she was finished with Kay Scarpetta, like she was moving on kind of thing, because she'd been writing them for years. And then she came out with one. And I'm like, okay, well, it's been years. So I'm just like, well, I'm hopefully just, because all those series have like whatever the murder or whatever it is. And then you've got the ongoing story. So I'm like, well, I don't really know what's going on with Lucy and everybody else in the story. I'm just going to have to not worry about it, because I am not going back and reading 20 something books, to get, which you wouldn't really have to do that. Probably the book right before it. But I'm like, I don't want to have to do that.
Yeah.
No, that's where I am in that series I'm reading. I read up to like book 28, and I think she just released like 35 or something. But now I'm going back and I'm like on book 3 now again.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do with the Pendergast series by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. It's been way too long, so I'm like, let me just go back and start fresh. But that's one of those series I wouldn't have to read it, like I could just take my time, like a lazy river, and read it.
Yeah. I have the next one on my TAR TBR just because it fits one of the prompts, and I'm like, perfect. We'll start with that there. Okay, Christina finished updating the spreadsheet, so let me refresh it. Found it. Okay. I think it looks good, Christina. I don't think it's too bright. I mean, you may have muted them a little bit since I looked at it, but I think it looks good. I like how, okay, I see how you see where all the bright ones are. I don't think that's that bad. I think it looks very vibrant. I don't mind it.
It's fitting for the month.
Yeah, I like how it looks. I like how it's colorful. Dee Dee got me hooked too. I'm on book one. I have about an hour left, says Cherie. It's fine. We'll get there eventually. Thanks for the feedback, Cherie. I think I got it all done now, unless, of course, I find more. Then I'll have to adjust everything. Yeah, I mean, there's actually there's quite a few readathons going on during June. Like, I feel like it's a good chunk.
I feel like there's tons of readathons every month. And they
Yeah.
seem like they're adding more and more every year.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess we're not helping because I'm part of ARC August now, too. So there'll be another one in August. It's fine. And hello to Jean. Have an eye appointment, ironically, but I have you on the TV. Yeah, I didn't have to work today because of the holiday. We only get like New Year's Day, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Christmas Day. Oh, and Thanksgiving, I guess. We get Thanksgiving off. So there's 6, I guess. Otherwise, we're open all the other weekdays all year round. In case you want to get your eyes dialed on Christmas Eve, you can do that. We are open. Finished 1 chapter, 2 chapters to go. Making progress. Studying is slow work, but
Yeah.
it pays off in the end. It's just a lot of upfront work you have to do. All right, that's all the comments we have. We didn't have very many come in, but that's okay. That's okay. Because my lunch will be here ready in a little bit. I made some potato soup. I'm just letting it thicken up a
Oh,
little bit.
Yum.
But let me find the timer back since I got rid of it. Okay, no, it's not on that.
I will be heading out.
Oh,
It's very overcast. I don't know if you can see. It's got so dark, but I've got some stuff that I need to do for my family. So I will
that's fair.
I'll be heading off. But thanks for
Well,
having me.
nice seeing
It's like-
you, DD.
And you, I know. I was like, I need to come on before since this is the last week. So I was like, why not? But thanks for having me. Happy sprinting, guys. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
DD.
All right, let me rewind here. We'll do another 45. You guys can see everything that gets recommended to me on my YouTube on a regular basis. All the true crime that I watched like a psycho. But we will go for another 45 here and then chat then.
Sounds good.
Hey,
Howdy.
I had my lunch and I did post a picture in the Discord because, as per requirement. But I ate potato soup and a sourdough grilled cheese. And I had to let the dogs out again because Sammy decided she needed to go outside again. So thus, all of them had to go outside again. They're actually still out there, so we'll see when they come back in. But I'm at 39% now. It's kind of picking up where some action is happening now. So it should get more interesting here soon.
Cool. I'm working on my TBRs right now, so I'm trying to coordinate it to where books that I'm using for one readathon, I can also kind of like use for another one. So
yeah, I try to do that same thing.
Yeah, I'm participating in Summer Book Bingo, which is all summer long. So I'm trying to make sure that my big book summer books can fit on that bingo board, and also my summer ween prompts can fit for Summer Book Bingo. Kind of just helps, that if you're reading that. So I'm trying to coordinate that. I also clean my cat's litter pan. Today's trash day, so I like to try to do all my little chores that I need to do that. So all I have to do by the end of the day is put that out on the curb.
No, I try to do the same thing when I know trash pickup is coming, get all the trash gathered.
Exactly. So that's all I've been really doing is just trying to coordinate. You don't realize how long it takes. I'm a mood reader by nature, so it's like even though I'm picking these things, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to actually read them.
Yeah,
something new and
like,
shiny might catch my attention.
I always try to make like a seasonal TBR. So like my spring TBR, I probably read like one book out of the 20 I listed.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I last year was my first year that I did I did a summer like kind of like a summer plans video where I just anything I wanted to do during the summer. So I included whatever readathons I thought I was going to participate in. I did it for the fall also and the winter. Didn't do it for the spring. I was just too busy during the springtime. And I don't know, I kind of liked it doing that, like a seasonal as opposed to just like 1 month kind of thing.
Yeah.
That way you're not just too tied to one.
It gives me more wiggle room, I feel.
Yeah.
Like me wanting to mood read stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Or like when readathons pop up that you don't know the prompts ahead of time necessarily.
Right. Yeah, so that's the thing. I know that they're going to have Jane Austen July, but I don't know, like they haven't announced anything yet. So my thing with that is
June.
Yeah, whatever they're going to choose for their group read will probably count for my classic book on the Summer Book Bingo. So, it's that kind of stuff. I have no idea, but I'd like to participate if I can, even if all I do is the group read.
Yeah.
So
I really haven't read too much Jane Austen.
Me either.
I've kind of backed away from reading a lot of classics. I used to read one like every single month.
Oh, wow.
But I've kind of backed away from doing it so much.
Yeah, I'm new to Jane Austen. And I find that you have to be in the mood for her. So that's another reason. I think in July, all I'm planning on doing reading wise is like my book clubs and whatever the group read is for Jane Austen, and then my summer ween, and then I'll watch movies or something for July.
July, I might just do summer ween. Take like a little bit of a break since I know I'm a co-host for ARC August, so I kind of want to be chill for July so I don't get burnt out.
You do need to take time off. I really do find that's why I kind of like the summer, because even though Summer Book Bingo has a bunch of prompts, you have all summer long to do them, and almost anything you read kind of can fit in. I've never blacked out a board, but last year I came close. But I also don't want to read a book that I'm not in the mood to read just to fulfill a prompt.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
Anyway.
Glenda says hello to Jean, and we had a Coda join us. He just woke up, and he says cat. And some goodbyes to Dee Dee, which, yes, I'm sure we'll see probably a lot of co-hosts popping up in this last week or so as we all try to finish up something. And sleep sweet and take care to Dee Dee. And a hello to Coda, and another goodbye to Dee Dee. And hello to Glenda, and a good morning, Coda. And good morning to Coda again. And we had Swank join us. Happy World Dracula Day, Happy World Redhead Day, Happy Hamburger Day, and Happy Cherry Dessert Day. I'm glad you always know all the days. We used to have someone at work do that for food wise, and we always tried to convince one of the doctors that it's like National Ice Cream Day, so you have to buy the office
That would
ice
be
cream.
Awesome.
Sometimes they fall for it. We had a doctor buy us cake a few weeks ago. And Christina and Swank, and hello to Glenda and Coda and Christina, and a reminder to go potty. I think that was a conversation we had pretty early on in the month. Like, we always say to hydrate, but no one ever tells you to go make sure you take a bathroom break. And hello to Kat and Anna. My glasses are filthy. And to hydrate, I do have my water close-ish.
Yes, I have my water too. I do not drink enough water.
I finished off my coffee, so I'll drink my water here now. Although I do have an energy drink in the fridge, so. And thank you guys for hanging out with us today.
I like your little Nightbot. That's cute.
Yeah. It took me a minute to get him set up, and then for a few months, he just didn't show up, and eventually I was like, I should probably see why he's not showing up.
So you did that on YouTube, connected your Nightbot?
Yes. Yes, you just have to make him a moderator.
Oh, okay.
And then you can go onto his website and set him up to send messages.
Oh, that's cool.
And I had to remember to turn off, because for some reason, automatically when you set up Nightbot, it doesn't like a bunch of emojis. It'll time out people for it or give them warnings. Or if they type in all caps, you have to turn those off. Otherwise, he gets mad at people in the comments.
Oh my goodness.
And hello, Molly. How are you today?
I guess Nightbot really takes his job seriously.
He does, except for when you want him to. And then you're like, where is Nightbot at? Oh, nowhere. Yeah, sometimes he just doesn't show up.
I mean, I'm sure you paid him a hefty salary, aren't you?
I am. People just remind us every 30 minutes to drink water, and sometimes, he doesn't show up. Rewound to the beginning, and now I own the Deadlands series on Kindle and audio. They were on sale. Fair. And crawfish. I've actually never had crawfish.
You have not?
I'm not a very big fish
seafood or anything like that. Well, I live in Louisiana, so crawfish boils and seafood is a big staple. We don't do crawfish. We were invited to a graduation party that had crawfish. I didn't eat anything, but I picked out the sausage and the potatoes because I didn't bring my gloves with me, and I've gotten to be snobby about peeling my crawfish with my hands, because once you discover gloves, it's so much nicer. But my husband had gotten crawfish once before from a seafood restaurant, and it was okay. But we always like to try to at least do one boil for our family, and that was Saturday. So, but it's good if you like spicy food. But if you're a person that doesn't like it's not as bad as picking crabs, eating crabs boiled. But if you're not one that, like my cousin from Utah said, this is a lot of work for a little bit of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not a big fish person at all.
Yeah.
We had a seafood boil place, but it actually shut down. Like it opened during COVID and then it shut down like a year later. And more hellos. And Molly got distracted by cheetah
Ooh.
videos. And all caught up. Just found out I'm off today.
Yay, Coda.
You didn't know you didn't have to work today though. I mean, it is technically a holiday.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine. He and I got into a little tiff on texting because he was basically, I don't know, talking trash about his rental office at his apartments because they were off today. And I said, well, it is a holiday. And he's like, but it's not a major holiday. And I'm like, yes, it is. I mean, it's Memorial Day. A lot of people take that seriously. He's like, well, just the banks and it's a federal holiday, just banks and I don't know what he said, banks and federal buildings or something. I said, there are quite a bit of people who are off on Memorial Day. And, you know, it's kind of important because, like, you've got people that fought for you to have freedom that are no longer here. So it's like, whether you celebrate it that way or not, it's still considered a major holiday. And he said, well, they take off for every little thing. I said, please name some holidays that they've taken off that you don't consider. He's like, Columbus Day and President's Day. And I said, well, those are kind of a big deal too. I said, and that's when he threw out the federal holiday thing again. I said, I hate to tell you, but there are schools up north that take President's Day off. That's like their winter break or whatever. So then he was all mad because he was all flustered. I said, I would have understood if you would have said they took off for World Goth Day or National Turtle Day or, you know, some minor holiday.
That take off for President's Day. Yeah, like we always had President's Day off when I was in school, but that's because I didn't have a football team. So our homecoming was during basketball season.
Right.
So they always just give us President's Day off.
Well, that's what I told him. I'm like, it depends on where you are located. I guess regionally how they celebrate, but like I worked in the school system. So we always had Martin Luther King Day off. We always had Mardi Gras off. And we always had Memorial Day. But then it got to where Memorial Day always fell after we got out of school. So it wasn't a big deal. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't need the holiday anymore. But like my husband's company, they have Memorial Day off, but they don't have Mardi Gras or Martin Luther King Day. So it's like, it depends on what holidays people pick and choose. And I felt like saying, you know, your company gave you Memorial Day. So clearly they consider it a major holiday, but I don't know. He was like trying to talk trash to his, and I was like, you're not going to win this one because obviously you have not thought of a holiday that was not significant for your office to take. I'm like, you're off. So why can't your rental office be off?
Yeah, no. And like mine, they're off in my building today too. But like, if you have an emergency, there's an emergency maintenance number.
Right. But I mean, it's all, I guess it's all in what people want to decide on what they want with their business. Because my dad had a primary care physician appointment today. So, you know what I'm saying? But then like other, you know, offices that are medical, like yours, for example, are off. You know, so I think that you can decide when you want to be off or not, but it doesn't mean that it's insignificant if you decide to take it off or not, right?
Yeah, no, I will say my leasing office does take off random days. Like I had to turn in like my new like updated lease agreement at the beginning of the year. And I texted them like, hey, I can drop it off whenever. And they're like, oh, we're out for the rest of the week. And it was like January 9th.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now that's what I'm saying. That's a little bit different. Yeah, that's a little bit different. But like I said, he could not give me any holiday. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, like they take off every holiday, no matter how small it is. They're like, we're not in on this holiday.
Right. They're the type that would take off National Turtle Day.
Yeah, they probably would. They're like, it's Turtle Day, so we're not in the office today. I'm like, okay, great. So did you want the lease agreement or not?
Right.
Like it took me a week to get it into them. And I'm like, literally, just go take the lease.
I know, because you're at least trying to do something that's going to better their office.
Yeah. Ooh, only got one more chapter to study. Gonna
Yay,
go over
man.
the progress. Also, I had some chicken noodle soup. Yeah, I made soup because it's odd. Like usually it's pretty hot for Memorial Day, but it's like in the 50s here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's like
Like
in the 80s or something here.
it's like opening day for the pool. And I'm like, kids are going to the pool today.
Well, you know why? I didn't realize this until recently, that it always seems like now, once you hit Memorial Day, that's like your unofficial start of the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Even though summer officially, the season isn't until like June 21st or something like that, right? So, and then your unofficial fall
Is when
is
school is in session.
Labor Day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just so funny to me how that has changed, that people automatically are in like fall mode, like Labor Day,
Whichever one you that is, please stop barking. That sounded like a Sammy bark though. But yeah, no, it's like opening day for the pool, and I'm like,
Mhm.
that water is like 40 degrees.
I know. But you will have some kids that'll jump in there.
It is not warm enough for the pool. And Cherie finished Capone and on to book 2. I'm gonna have to write this down because if you guys are reading them this quickly, I might have to look
Mhm.
into these.
Yeah, but I think Dee Dee said they weren't very long, correct?
Yeah, I don't think they were very long, so it could probably be like a weekend thing.
Mm-hmm.
Coda, how is your hand?
Oh, Coda hurt his hand?
I didn't know this either, but it could have been before I jumped on Dakota's sprints last night that he talked about it. And some more hellos. And more hellos. You have to be careful because Nightbot is rude. Yeah, he kind of is sometimes. That's why I turned off all the rude features, which all those features though that like where he gets rude with people for like excessive emojis or excessive caps, they're like not on the main menu. You have to go like through all these navigation pages to find those to turn them off.
That's funny. And I like how Christina calls Nightbutt.
Yeah, it's because he's so mean.
And he gets sassy.
Yes. Yeah, like he'll put people in timeout.
That's funny.
And Yay Dakota, that is good.
Thank you, Nightbot.
So yeah, I have them for 2 purposes. One is to tell them for me to hydrate. Crawfish tastes like spicy lobster. Yeah, I'm not a lobster person, nor a spicy food person.
Well, Coda knows because Coda's from the South.
Coda, my skin is too white for that. I'm too white to eat anything spicy. Please remember to show some love to the like button and ring the bells. We have beautiful conductors and co-hosts on the KuKi MAYhem train. Thank you. I'm a contract worker and I call every morning to see if I'm needed, and I forgot I was going to be out.
That's understandable.
That's fair. That's fair. If it's not like something you have to do every day, where like I know Monday through Friday I have to get up and go into the office. And I kind of just show up anymore. I don't even look at where they put me, which I should look at where they put me sometimes because like I did glance at it this week, and both Thursday and Friday I'm in our other office, 40 miles away.
Oh gosh. So if you would go to your one that's close to you, and then that would be bad.
Yeah, but I knew that was going to happen though, because the doctor I'm usually with on Thursdays and Fridays, he's on vacation for like the next 2 weeks.
Oh.
So I kind of knew it was going to happen. I just had to look at what time they wanted me there. And on Thursday, they want me there at 7:30 in the morning.
Oh, goodness.
I'm like, okay, so I'll have to leave at 6:30 so that I can get on the interstate, drive there through the construction.
Oh, gosh. No, that's terrible.
Good news is that I should be able to leave, though, first. Don't know what I'm going to do when May is over. It just keeps playing. Yeah, it's going to be stuck in my head. I honestly was humming it at work the other day. It's a good thing the doctor I was with is super chill and doesn't care what I'm doing half the time. School is out for the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so we end school before Memorial Day here.
Yeah. Well, that's what our school system started doing also. Because
Yeah,
what would
we
happen is you would have the holiday,
Mhm.
or if the school decided to have school, people would take off that day
Yeah.
because their spouses or their families, they would go out of town for the weekend or whatever. So if they chose to close, which most of them did, and then you'd have
Mhm.
to come back like the next day or two, like it just
Yeah.
made no sense. It's, cuckoo.
Yeah.
And then our school system, we start school early. I mean, we start usually around the 4th or 5th of August.
So usually they start like around like the 20th, 21st of August here is normal for us to start here.
Mm.
But all of the high school graduations in this county are on the Sunday before Memorial Day.
Oh, wow. See,
That's just
all of ours are finished.
when everyone graduates.
Oh, wow.
It's just always that Sunday before Memorial Day.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get Columbus Day off. We never got Columbus Day off here either.
Yeah, we didn't either for school, but it's a federal holiday,
Yeah, the only time I ever got it off was when I was in college. And it was so they could balance out like the Monday holidays with like the Tuesday, Thursday classes so that we would miss like an equal amount of them. We had Washington's birthday and MLK Day off, but our son does not get MLK Day off. Yeah, we got both of those off here too. But like I said, Washington's birthday is President's Day, and we always got that one off.
And you see, we always got MLK Day off, but not Washington's birthday.
Yeah, we only got President's Day off though because of homecoming.
Right. Well, they probably did it to,
Yeah, they did it to buffer because they knew nobody was going to show up to school on Monday when the dance was on Sunday.
Right.
He says stuff like, "I'm watching you."
That is hilarious.
Nightbot is kind of creepy. And yeah, he does. If you ever watch some people's comments, he gets real sassy with people.
Oh my goodness.
It's so good though. Between my stream and Ken's, I tripped over a kitchen drawer I left open and caught myself by placing my hand on the stove burner, which was set to high.
Ouch.
That sounds like something I would do.
Oh my gosh.
Like, I bake a lot and I regularly hit my hand on the inside of the oven while baking.
Oh my gosh, that is awful, Coda.
You just got to honestly, there's really not much to do for it except for keeping it covered and moist.
Yeah. Unless you got aloe or you have some kind of silver dye that you can put on.
You know what? Coda, do you have any aloe plants? I know you have lots of plants and we've talked about them before. Because I keep aloe plants for that reason. They have giant ones, but it's fine. Knock the stock pot out of my way and everything so I could place it directly on the burner. Yeah, that would be something I would do. So if 3 weeks of school, you guys will start kind of late, or is it because
I think they start late. I think they start late.
Or did you guys have a lot of cancellations? Because I know you're further north than I am. So, because I'm in Ohio, but I know Michigan had a lot of really bad winter storms go through, whereas we really didn't have too many cancellation days. But the seniors in my son's school are done. Yeah, the seniors always finish about a week ahead of everyone else here. That was just how it was done. You're you get the extra week off. They passed a law here that we can't start school until after Labor Day.
Oh,
so
wow.
We have June. And if there are too many snow days, then we have to make them up in June too. That's weird. We don't have anything saying when we have to start. I know some schools in Ohio will start after their county fair. And if their county fair is late, in August, they don't start until September. But our county fair is this Father's Day weekend here. So we have ours kind of.
We'll have to make up. The schools will have to make up snow days. We had snow this year, but they'll have to make up that or hurricane days. However, since COVID and they know they can do things virtually, they've started using virtual days instead of having to make them up at the end of the year. So
I think that's what the schools here started doing too. But also when I was still in high school, like my junior year, I think, Ohio switched from days to hours.
Oh, wow.
So it was how many hours you were in school. And we did the math that year. We're like, we could miss 28 days of school and still meet the state minimum requirement for hours. So we've never made up a school day since then because you can be out 28 days.
Yeah, I don't ever remember having to make up days of school when I was in grammar school or high school. I don't ever remember that. Even college, like I don't remember any of that, like being a thing. And that just seems to me, that means to me that like when people say there is no climate change, I'm like, no, I think there is, because like our storms are getting more frequent, our hurricanes, and our weather, just regular weather events are getting worse. And I'm convinced.
I know there is.
I just felt like we have missed more school, as I'm an adult, like my own personal kids, or like when I taught in the classroom full time. I'm like, than I did when I was younger.
Yeah, I know. There's only one time I remember us having to go past Memorial Day. I'm sure we made up days here and there before, but Memorial Day, I remember us going past once when I was in 3rd grade. And it's because the very first week of school, it was the night before the first day of school, we got a horrible flood. The entire county flooded. We had like 4 feet of water in our basement alone.
Oh, wow.
So we had to miss like the entire first week of school because everything was flooded. And I only have such a vivid memory of this is because my mom was pregnant with my youngest sister when it happened.
Oh, yeah.
And she was 8 months pregnant. My dad had moved our concrete step that was outside the door to hold down the hose for the sump pump that was pumping water out, and he didn't tell her, and she stepped out of the door, fell, and when she then got up to go to the bathroom, she was heavily bleeding.
Oh,
and
no.
they couldn't get any ambulances through. They had to life flight her to the hospital.
Oh, you poor mom.
And I mean, they thought she was probably going to go into labor early. She didn't. She held on for like another 3 weeks.
Yeah, but how scary is that? That's scary.
That's why I have such a vivid memory of it. Because, we missed like the entire first week of school. And then that same winter, we had a really bad blizzard. And we're out for 2 weeks because they couldn't get the roads plowed. And then we had to go Memorial Day. But that's the only time I remember ever like going like into summer, I guess.
Right.
Thank you, Nightbot. Reminded him of the aloe last night too. Yeah, I always forget that I have aloe until I see the giant plant sitting in my window. We'll put more aloe on after I shower. I fell asleep holding a frozen glass jar of chicken broth. That like you can take like frozen vegetables too. It works, whatever works, I guess. Not sure. My son goes to school online, so no snow days for him. So it's just the schedule. But he did get 1 week for spring break and 2 for winter. We never got spring break here. We got it's technically called spring break to the States, but we got Good Friday and Easter Monday.
Yeah.
Because I'm in a predominantly Catholic area, so they can't call it Easter break.
Yeah.
But that's what it was.
Yeah.
But we really didn't get that much bad weather until April, and we have had spring break for brick and mortar schools. I had to excuse my son out for sabbatical. Interesting. We had a lot of bad weather in April too. Like we had tornadoes happening in April, which was unusual.
Yeah, poor Christina's porch. Her awning or the ceiling of her porch collapsed.
Yeah, we had several tornadoes. They'll tell us if we lose internet for any reason. We were supposed to go somewhere else that has it so you can go, but we would have to go. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. There's like no like internet cafes or like cafes where you could like use their Wi-Fi around here. It's like not a thing. That would work, Coda. Yeah, it would. It'll work. It is, climate change is definitely becoming more intense, and it starts snowing here outside of the mountain regions. I can tell because there's like no reason my AC should be on in April,
Mm-hmm.
but it was like 85 degrees.
Yeah, we don't have spring anymore. Like you don't really feel spring. Like you might have a couple of days here or there
Mhm.
sprinkled without what you would consider that, and then we're like full blown summer. And then
Yeah,
same with fall. Like fall is not like how I remember fall, where
Yeah,
you literally could feel like a change in the weather, and sometimes it takes forever for it to get like a little bit cooler.
yeah.
So I mean, there
No,
have been Thanksgivings and Christmas where you're in shorts because
yes.
it's hot.
Yeah, I mean, like I honestly had my AC on in April several days because it was like
Mhm.
85 degrees. I live in a brick apartment building on the top floor. It was like 90 degrees inside.
Mm-hmm.
I had to turn it on, but now it's like 50 degrees, and I'm like, are you serious? It's now the end of May, and we now have spring weather.
I know our poor plants and wildlife, they don't know how to act.
Live in South Africa, so that's extra strange. Yeah, it's just like the weather isn't anywhere near normal, and I guarantee it'll still be like 70 something degrees in like Halloween.
Mm.
Chicken broth jar lasted all night, and not out. I'm not out any veggies. That's fair. You know, honestly, I've never thought about freezing chicken broth. Never crossed my mind. Spring week was the original planting week where families needed kids to come help out, and the same with summer break. Yeah, we didn't do that here, Christina. You just didn't go to school that day. Your
Mhm.
parents, they're not going to school. And the same in like fall when like hunting season is. They're like, they're not coming to school today.
Mhm.
And that was that. That was a different time with the porch.
Oh, okay. I
So,
thought that
yeah,
was this year. I thought it was this year.
yeah, we've had a lot of crazy weather this year. And the snow in the cities is usually during winter. Yeah, that's when you would expect it, but there have been times it snowed in like April yet. I'm like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it's Ohio. It's not supposed to be that cold yet. Regularly snows in the mountain regions during the spring, like September to November. Yeah, I can see that, but like once it starts getting out of the mountains, it's kind of odd. There was a lot of snow and ice when the roof crashed in March, and then in April we had 3 to 5 days of ice storms in the whole town. Well, the whole
Okay.
tip
Well, that was
out
in
of the
March
mountains.
instead of April. Yeah. Okay. But I just
Yeah.
remember it happening to you.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot. 300 power poles. Yeah, I know the last time we had that many power poles fall down, they did like tornado proof ones.
Mm.
It was way back. Yeah, I believe it. There's like just been so many weird weather things.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the last time it rained here, which I can't, my time, like it seems like it just happened yesterday, but it was either last week or the week before we had hail. Like all of
Yeah.
a sudden it just started getting dark. It started raining, thundering, and then we had hail. I thought it was the wind was making my flag on my front porch whip back and forth because it kind of sounded like that. My husband comes, he's like, it's hailing. And I'm like, oh, lovely.
Lovely. My car is outside.
Well, mine was not, but my husband's, my son's. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, no, my car is always outside. I'm like, that's great. I love that for me. But it was a really harsh
Right.
spring.
Well,
Yeah,
it wasn't really huge hail, just enough that you could hear the noise of it, but it wasn't like it didn't break anything, thank goodness.
yeah, we just had a lot of tornadoes happen, like all back to back. There was one that was on the ground for over an hour. It has gotten really, really crazy with the weather. Unfortunately.
It's gotten just really violent, like more violent than usual. And I find that we have a lot of wind. It seems these last year or so, it's just like all of a sudden you'll have a really windy day. And not like a breeze. I'm talking like wind.
Really severe, like
Yeah,
60,
and I'm like,
70
what
mile
is
per hour
going
winds.
on? Like, Like, why are we having a wind event?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like kind of weird. Usually replace 800 pools a year. They did that in the first few days, and then it was a total of over 3,000. And they were people without power still in May. Yeah, I believe it. Because yeah, we had all those ones go down here, and we were without power for like 10 days just in this county, and where the tornado went through and like ripped out a whole line of them along one of the state routes. Trying to think time wise. I'm thinking we could probably do an hour, and then that would leave us with like 20 minutes before Paula starts up.
Okay.
Let me get that pulled up. And also, let me put the little last sprint banner so that people know. Let me edit it though, so that I write the right name on it. And yes, Sammy, I can hear you back there. Sammy's ready to go back outside.
Yeah.
So we will come back in an hour.
Yay.
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. And so I'm like, I want to wake up. I got to 52% on my book, and more stuff is happening. It's kind of taken a turn I wasn't expecting to, so I'm kind of excited for that.
A little twist, huh?
Yes. I knew it was a horror, but I kind of wasn't expecting it to take the turn that it did. It's like a game now. I was more just like they're in the woods type stuff, but it's kind of turned into a game.
Like a cat and mouse kind of game?
Yeah. So I wasn't really expecting it, but I'm enjoying it.
Well, that's good. That's what matters, right?
Yeah. It was a little turn I wasn't expecting, but I'm happy with the way it's turning. And it's been a while since I've actually had like a NetGalley arc that I've fully like enjoyed. The last one I read was Schroeder by Neil Cassidy, which was horror, and I had no clue what was happening like the entire time. Hi, Kuka.
Hello, how's it going?
Oh, and that hour went really fast to me. It
Yeah.
does not feel like an hour.
It's so warm in here. I hate how you take a shower and then you feel like you're sweating as soon as you get out of the shower.
Yeah, it's honestly not a very fun feeling.
No.
Especially if your water is hot, like warm because of the heat outside. Like you can't get it to be super cold. So then you just feel like I could have just gone outside and run through the hose.
The hose water might be colder.
I can't take like a cold shower, but I try to make it not hot in the summer, and it's just my fan in there doesn't work very well either. So
I feel that. I don't feel like mine works very well either. It's just like it exists.
It sucks more dust up into it than it does anything else.
Yeah. And it's like in an inconvenient spot to clean, so.
Mine's right above the toilet, so I just stand on the toilet and vacuum it.
Mine is like on the ceiling.
Yeah, it says mine, but it's above the toilet, so I can.
No, mine is like above the shower.
Oh, stand on the edge of the tub.
I could, but I'm not a very good person at balancing.
It seems like that wouldn't be a very smart place to put your fan because, like, the humidity would take it out quicker or something. I don't know.
Whatever, that's their problem when it breaks, not mine.
Right.
That's why I rent. It's not my problem anymore. Well, what did you get up to during that sprint, Kat?
I finished what I think is going to be my big book summer books, my 400 plus pages. I know for a fact that I am reading Lonesome Dove in June. So I know that's like non-negotiable because, June on the Range happens in June. But I got to wait and see what they're going to pull for their group read for Jane Austen July. If they don't have a Jane Austen book, because not all of her books are over 400 pages, if they don't pick it, then I have 2 Stephen King books that I'm thinking about. I've never read the Tommyknockers, so I figured that would be a good one. And then Like It Darker, I'm thinking about.
I just finished You Like It Darker.
Yeah, so I have those both pulled. I have a nonfiction book I'm thinking about too called Outlive. And that one I think would cover the big book summer thing. So if for some reason the Jane Austen does not work for July, I'll either read a Stephen King in July and in August, or I'll read maybe that nonfiction. I mean, I have a couple of other options too. It just depends on if I want to, do that or not. But I put my books for Summerween already on my cart, and then the big books on my cart. So I'm not worried about picking anything. I have even a little note which things can work for Summer Book Bingo, but I'm not picking anything else for that because I want to be kind of spontaneous.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So anyway, that's what I did. I did that, and then I also had to clean my son's snake's water bowl out. So did that.
That's always fun. I had to clean out the duck pool the other day, and like my entire upper back is like super sore from lifting 5-gallon buckets of water everywhere.
Yeah, that would be a lot.
It is. It was a lot. And the entire time they screamed at us because we were taking their water away.
Mm. I also did eat some Doritos too. I really can't count that as lunch. That was just kind of like a little snack.
Yeah, close enough to lunch. Close enough. It's something. It's something. I do have Paula's prints scrolled up on the side so that I can see when Paula over here starts, because I know we have like 12 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
This is when we were talking about all the crazy weather Michigan has had, and they were calling it the storm of the century. I don't feel like they've called anything that here, not like even when we lost power for like 10 days. They were just like, oh, all of our electricity poles went down. Sucks to suck. You guys don't have power or water because it's so rural. Most people have wells, and you need electricity to pump your water up into your house.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was super fun. But somehow my uncle never lost power during it. Like there was this like row of houses on his road. They were all connected to the one substation, and they never lost any power the entire time.
Oh wow! My friend Stormy, she's a booktuber. She lives in Missouri, in more like the rural area, and they were without electricity for quite a few days because of storms, and I think they had tornadoes and everything too. That was in April.
Yeah, there's like nothing to do. Like you don't realize how much you depend on electricity until you're sitting there and you're like, wow, I actually have nothing to do.
Right. Yeah. The last time we experienced that was during Hurricane Ida. We were out for like 10 days. No, we had a generator, but you can't run your generator full time.
No, you can't run it nonstop. And you have to have it running the things that keep your food cold.
Right. Exactly.
I know the most recent time we lost power for any significant amount of time was probably 3 years ago in the winter. We were getting like -40 wind chills and a bunch of really strong winds, and it knocked power out for a few hours. But like where we were living at the time, because it wasn't here at this house, the other house we were living at was super drafty, and you could feel like the cold seeping into the house the entire time.
So the thing is for me, when I experience stuff like that, I always think about like when I'm reading a book and they're talking about like really terrible conditions. It's sort of like, okay, I kind of can understand why this is really horrific for these people, because I'm only experiencing it for a short amount of time, but these people are experiencing it for like months on end.
Yes.
For years. It's like I can barely handle doing it for the 10 days, much less like for something that's going to be like a year-long thing. You know, I mean, I guess
if I had to be in something like the Hunger Games, I would die like on the first day.
Right. I mean, I just finished The Nightingale by Kristen Hanna, and I'm like, I don't think I could have survived with either of the women in France during that World War II or whatever. I'm like, I think I would have just been like, let me just sit here and just die slowly.
Yeah, I can't do this.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't do that kind of stuff.
I don't think I had it. I don't think I have it in me.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to make it. I mean, like, there's no indoor plumbing. There's no AC. It's too hot.
Right.
I need access to water.
No extra t-shirt to wrap your hair up in after you get out of the bath.
Yeah. My hair is too long to not have it wrapped up in something.
Right.
To answer the question, Glenda, I was not planning on it. I can't remember who has sprints Friday night, but I think I was gonna hop over that way. Is it? I think maybe Atia has sprints Friday night. At like 9.
Friday's the 30th. I think it's lots. Let's see.
Yeah.
I have it open. Hold on. Friday. Oh wait, hold on. It's on BST. Let me change it. Okay, Friday. So starting so Paula's 4 to 7 a.m. my time, so Mountain Time.
Okay.
And then from then until 1 is Donna. And then Jen from, let's see, it'll be 2 p.m. Eastern. to 9 p.m. and then Atia's at 9 p.m. Eastern until 1 a.m. Eastern, and then at 1 a.m. Eastern we're doing our volume or part 2 of Up All Night KuKi.
Okay, yeah. I'll actually be able to join that one. I know the other one was like I had to work the next morning, but I know I'm
Mm-hmm.
working in the other office on this Friday, so it's like a 40-mile drive for me at home. So I was
Oh
just gonna
wow.
on whoever is sprinting at that time.
So I'll be 1 a.m. Eastern to 3, 4, 5 a.m. Eastern. And then Dee Dee, and then Kita, and then at noon my time
You're
on the
taking over for the
31st.
last
That's the
12
last
hours,
one.
right?
Yeah.
And so that's what I had thought. I had glanced at it earlier today.
I think MJ is saying that she might join us for the next Up All Night, which would be fun.
Ooh, yeah, I should be able to join that one because I actually don't have anything going on the next day. I mean, besides like my mom wants to go to this greenhouse that Saturday.
Ooh, I want
So,
to go
but
to the
like
greenhouse.
my mom will drive to the greenhouse so I can sleep on the way there because it's like a 2-hour drive down there.
There's like a nursery, like where you can buy stuff.
Yeah, it's like a
Yeah.
huge. They have like multiple greenhouses out there. We went
Mm-hmm.
for a
My
birthday
favorite
trip
place
this
to
past
shop food.
year. My mom and I, because my mom and I, my sisters and I all have birthdays that are super close. Like my youngest sister, my one sister is the September 11th, and the other one's the September 17th. Mine's September 23rd, and then my mom's is October 2nd, and then my
Oh wow.
niece is October 13th. So we all went down last year, like in mid-September, and did it as like a birthday trip.
You're just barely not a Virgo, huh?
Just
Are
barely.
you
Just
on the
barely.
Virgo cusp of Libra?
Yeah. I take
You're
after
not on
more
my calendar.
Virgo tendencies, though. As people have noticed at work, I'm like, please don't touch the referral forms. They are highly organized in this specific order I want them in.
Good for you.
Nobody, yeah, does everyone else have to touch them too? Yes, but they're in my order, and I'm the one who has to print the form. So
Oh, that's funny. I put a good birthday on that calendar.
that's okay, Paula. I have yours pulled up because I know you start in like 5 minutes. I'm just going through all the hellos here. Did a couple of taps for my spinner wheel, but I have a headache and I have to take some meds that make me nap. That's okay. I honestly almost fell asleep during that sprint too, but that's probably because I slept like 3 hours last night. Have gone camping, so without power for 2 weeks, but it's not the same. We go camping in the summer, not tough. I've only been camping once, and I hated it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That's not as bad as I was expecting when you said your
I
whole
know. I was expecting.
No, it's just my fingertips that got burnt, but I caught the edge of the stove,
Mhm.
and that's how my fingertips knocked the pot that I was boiling out of the way, and I was like, so I was already tripping, so I was like, shit.
I
Whatever
did that.
color
I did
pot.
something really stupid last night too. I was washing dishes and I have like a above the sink like drying rack. And somehow when I was putting a cup in there, I must have hit another glass cup and like sent it flying across my counter.
Oh,
Oh
you never did
gosh.
do that. Did it break?
No,
Oh, that's good.
no,
I
but I
broke
was like,
like
how the fuck did I do that?
I broke like an heirloom wine glass the other day. I had like
Oh,
fallen asleep and left it empty on like my little TV tray by the couch. I was woke up the
yeah,
next
like I don't
morning
know how I
like
managed it.
violently and was like,
Breaking a
"Stop."
glass is the worst because you will find glass shards and pieces of glass for like weeks on afterwards. You're like,
Look, I was actually out here in the living room, so it was on the carpet. So I just
uh,
vacuumed.
Yeah, I broke a picture frame in my brother's room like a week ago when I was painting his room. I like set it down on the bed and then put my hand on the bed to like pick something up and like smash the glass straight with my palm.
Oh, oh no. I was lucky this piece because it actually broke into pretty big chunks.
Yeah.
It's real crystal. It was real crystal. Like etched. It was like my mom. It was like for my mom and dad's wedding or something.
Oh
What's funny about that though is I just got it this past year. My dad had been saving it for I guess 38 years, but they've been divorced since I was 2.
no. Oh.
You know what
Like when I
though?
showed up to
Mom
my
has
mom, I
stuff
was all
in
excited. I was like, "Look what I
her-
got!" She was like, "What are those?" It's like it's the wine set from Eva's dad's wedding. He saved it for me, and she was like, "Oh, you want that?"
Apparently
Oh,
not if
they're
you
pretty.
both have them.
Well, now there's 5 instead of 6 wine glasses, so I figure I don't know, that's perfect for my table because there's only 5 seats.
Oh, there you go. And so yeah, I
Yeah.
still have because it's always been like a thing here that you get your wedding party like a cup with their name on it.
Mm, mm.
And either it's like a beer mug most of the time. Some people have gotten into wine glasses, but I actually have one from my parents' wedding that my mom saved for me because I was at their wedding. And she goes, "You can like have this because you're like I divorced your dad when you were 12."
Patrick used to have one from one of, I think it was either one of his siblings' weddings or one of his mom's weddings. I can't remember, but it like had his name on it and a little man in a tux because he was in the wedding. He got one.
Yeah, mine
Ooh.
has just has my name on it, and then I use it as a pen holder.
Mm-hmm.
So it has all the pens that are just like casually sitting in there.
I rarely use a beer mug because they're already cold in the can, and I don't have room in my freezer to make a frozen mug, which is the best way to have it. So
Yeah, I wouldn't pour it out of the can just to pour it into the
yeah,
glass
that's a
cup.
lot of pouring, and you're wasting a dish when you already had it in one that you could throw
Yeah,
away.
that just sounds like a lot of work.
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't,
you
I
do
don't
things,
feel like.
Virgo.
Yeah, I mean, your hand does look like it hurts though. Here's everyone's comments for it.
It doesn't hurt today. Because you know how your hand is.
Mhm.
Like it's always just the first couple layers it gets. It
Yeah,
hurt like a mother last night. Like I was
yeah.
like I had ice on it. Well, I don't have any ice, but I had like vegetables, and then I had the jar, the frozen jar. It was
Mhm.
like what's that brand that makes like all the pickled stuff? They make pepperoncinis, but they also make like pickled carrots and cauliflower and stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're
Mazelli or
talking about. I
something
don't
like
know. I
that.
don't know what the brand is. Off the top of my head though.
It's one of those size of jars that I had put broth in from the last time I had like pulled roast or chicken, one of the two. Don't even know which it was. Because it froze in the freezer. So I was like, I fell asleep holding it after I ate 3 bowls of soup, the last of which I put some butter in. So it's like, this hurts so bad. And I was out. I didn't even finish all the buttered soup before I was out.
The
Yeah.
buttered soup.
This is
Okay.
good though.
Paula
Wish
is
I had more butter.
starting soon. She says. I can see that the theme song is over here playing.
Mhm. Well, I appreciate you letting me hang out with you, Lexi. This was fun.
I'm
Oh,
so
you're
glad I
welcome. I
got
had a
you,
fun time.
Cat. I woke up and was like, Cat's on. And because you have her in the first slot, I was confused for a second. I was like,
Mhm.
am I off the train? And then I like clicked the remote and it's all KuKi. And I was like, oh, wait, it's Lexi's channel. I was like, I gotta get up.
Yeah, it is. It's because my mom's Wi-Fi was not happy with me this morning.
I did. I went back and watched the beginning. So I caught on
Yeah,
to that.
it was not
That's why
happy
I
with
own
me.
the whole series of the book Cat I was talking about earlier. So I went to go look at it because I was like, that's been on my TBR forever. The undead, what is it called? Undead something.
Something like that.
Yeah, the undead folk. Undead
Right.
folk.
Right. It's been on my TBR since MJ read Dead Folk, I think is what it was. And I was like, oh, I went to go grab that. I was like, oh, it's a sequel. They're on sale on Kindle for like $1.99 to 99 cents right
Oh
now.
wow. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm reading Undead Folk. It's on Hoopla.
Oh,
So
you got it on Hoopla?
Yeah.
I'm reading on Hoopla right now too. I'm reading For the Fans by Nahila K.
Mm.
I was on my Hoopla this morning and I found out they took away a bunch of books.
Rude.
Well, it's
Rude.
because Ohio passed that new thing where they took away like $1 million in library funding.
It's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that.
And then they were like, "We're not taking it away," and like that
you
literally
are.
said, "You're
Where's
cutting
it
the
going
budget."
instead?
Where do you think it's going?
Oh, kind of follow policy.
It's going toward their. It's going towards their abortion ban.
Ugh.
Oh,
That's what they wanted it for.
you were already overpopulated as it is. What are they thinking?
I don't know what they're
Just
thinking.
let
Like,
people have a choice.
well,
That's
it's because
bad, dude.
they don't want to pay for it when the child is then in foster care, though.
Huh?
They don't want to pay for the kids though when they're in foster care. Then,
Right. They don't want to pay either way.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's
that sounds
being
about right.
picky. But I will go ahead and end the stream here so that we can all pop over to Paula's because Paula is just starting because I can see that the song is ending here.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh no.